Just gonna go. Then this condition is just sends us home when we get there. And away we go. Oh, whoops. I guess it's leave Aquila is the split. I thought it was leave Nauvis. And unmute the microphone. Whoops. Well, as you can see, we're on our way to the Shadow Planet. Just set up a little alarm. Let me know when we go home, because there's an interrupt. Lets me know when to go home. And we're gonna go 240.58 something or something kilometers per hour per second rather. So we should be able to cover the 4 million kilometers in around 4.75 hours. Oh, whoops, I think I did screw up. Yeah, I did screw up. Oh well. That's funny. Yeah, last flight should have started at Nauvis, just leaving Nauvis. Oh well. And we're gonna go full speed the entire way. This is the same vessel from last time with some minor changes to it. Well, I mean, fairly minor. The dimensions are exactly the same. It's a little lighter, except taking away the crown, taking away part of the tail. Production has been changed. So you can see, kind of go bananas on rocket production. So make 52 explosive rocket or normal rockets per second, and 50 explosive rockets per second. 7.6 railgun ammo per second from 460 a minute. And to make it all fit, this has been reworked. These are now legendary cryoplants, which is a pain to make, let me tell you. Some of this has been changed up just a hair. Legendary thrusters now, and legendary fuel, and I had to add another water producer to keep up. But after that, everything's basically the same. Oh, I did move some of the status lamps around a bit. Over here we have the meter for explosive rockets. Oh, this should be on. Oh, it isn't. Here for railgun ammo, here for normal rockets. They should be green the entire way. I think there's alarms for all of them, is that right? Oop, I already had one. Let's get rid of that. Yep, I have an alarm for railgun ammo being low, which we should never hear. We might hear it once, but I don't know. And yeah, that's basically it. We're going to be quite ahead of schedule here, obviously, because we're going significantly faster, like 100 kilometers a second faster. And say goodbye to the solar system. And we should get to the solar's 500,000 kilometers in 34 minutes. So it should be 34 minutes for every 500,000 kilometers. Hey, Havana, thanks for the luck. You're going pretty good. Pretty fast already. For the most part, I can leave it like this. As you can see, we're already very ahead of schedule on the live split. It does this tradition, I missed the split. Oops. I can probably keep the camera safely here. Keep all the relevant LEDs or lamps in view. Capture all of the glory. Yep, we're going 242.85 kilometers a second and should be able to sustain that for the entire journey. The ship is mostly the same since the last trip. The key differences are railguns work now, which is quite nice. And I've beefed up production significantly. I'm making 7.6 railgun ammo per second, 50 explosive rockets per second, and 52 normal rockets per second to support it. And to fit everything in here, I had to condense down to 3 legendary crowd plants, which wasn't very easy. Oh, you know what? I think no, don't need to turn those on yet. And there's new lamps here to let me know production. There's inventory. These used to be down here, but it's so hard to see, so I moved them up. I did a test run earlier in the week, and how much did I use to get there? Alright, okay. Yeah, so it's around 475,000 explosive rockets to get to the Shatter Planet and 100,000 railgun ammo. Which is kind of a lot. Like I said, can get rid of the UI for most of this journey. Just need to remember to look around. Oh, about a half hour from now. A little lag spike there was an autosave, I think. And one of the changes that really makes this possible is the railgun fix from a few versions ago. If that wasn't done, this I don't think would be possible. In the last trip I did, which is around 10, a little bit more than 10 hours, I had to really fiddle with the railguns to make it work. It was quite a pain. And these lamps here will be what the asteroid collectors are grabbing. On the left we have metallic, in the middle we have carbonic, and on the right we have ice. That's blue, white, and red in reverse order. This vessel is not interested at all in promethium chunks. That is this vessel's sister ship that is interested in that. And I think she's currently at Nauvis, because I have enough for now. And man, it is so satisfying to watch this go. It would be nice if we had a circuit from the hub to let us know how far we've come. Technically, I could do it since I'm going at constant speed. The distance is just how fast you've been traveling, for how long, or your rate of movement and time. But I didn't add that because of reasons. Of course, it gets more complicated if you have a variable speed. And for this journey, I have explosive rocket damage 22 and laser damage 19. Let's cancel out of that. And railgun speed is capped, and railgun damage is not that high, but it doesn't matter. I one-shot everything anyways. My rockets will not one-shot big asteroids. I think they'll two-shot them. Explosive damage 23 will cause normal rockets to one-shot asteroids. The big asteroids, rather. And as last time, everything in here was made from my factory. I didn't edit or anything in at all. Except for the fish like 400 hours ago, because I was a dummy and didn't realize fish on Nauvis spoil. You just get them out of the lake too soon. Oh, love to see it. Yes, yeah, this will make it all the way there and back. Actually, what's funny is that this will go there and back in just a couple hours more than it took the previous ship to get there at all. It's a nice light show when it gets going really good. With all the lasers here. And the railguns help out a lot. I've actually changed one of the conditions here. So these uncommon rocket turrets on the sides down here, it's 3 rocket turrets that are uncommon here, just on the ends here. They shoot big asteroids and medium too. Previously they only shot big. And I went there and back, and this one didn't shoot a damn thing. So I had it help out and shoot mediums, which will cause friendly damage or friendly fire at some point, because the edge of its targeting is right on the edge of this railgun, so this might shoot here and this might shoot here. What can you do, right? And as I said, there was a sister ship, Shadow Girl. She's been retrofitted to store promethium chunks, and she's just hanging out back at home at Nauvis. She doesn't have the production changes here because she doesn't need them. I can't get over how loud it is. It's wild. I think actually we'll adjust that down just a hair. Let's move the old mouse cursor out to the side, I suppose. So today is the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere, so happy solstice to everyone. Here on out, we'll have longer days again until we get to the summer and have to deal with shorter days. Boo. Let's kind of just click. Okay, nothing important. Let's scooch up just a bit. We don't really need to worry about the normal rockets, which is what these indicators are for. What's going on? Oh, it's open. We'll leave just a hair of it visible there. You can see more of the bow. It's nice to watch the lasers and the rockets work in concert together. The lasers will light something up and then they'll stop and then the rocket will come in and blow it up. There are two dangerous parts of this journey. The first one is going to be at the sort of 1.3 to 1.6 million kilometer range from the solar system edge. And the second is going to be once we get to the shattered planet and turn around. Now, I don't think I'm going to stream the entire trip because that's going to be like 10 plus hours. I don't want to stream that long today. That's why I'm doing this journey instead of doing 100% planning. Just want to take it easy. My cat's been keeping me awake, the little bastard, so I'm not very well rested. Each of these lamps here represents 500 railgun ammo. So if this lamp goes out, that means we have 2,500 or less. Well, I guess technically it means we have fewer than like 2990. And if this one goes out, the next green one, that means we have fewer than 2,500. So if that lamp goes out, it could get interesting. And I think for part of the next leg, I'll focus on the aft portion of the vessel for change of scenery. And as last time, we have a couple counters to track some just fun statistics. This combinator will keep track of how much ammunition we fired and how many platform we've had to rebuild if that comes up. Seems unlikely. And the one back here represents how much stuff we've thrown overboard because it's extra. That should be fun to keep an eye on. It's actually going to be a staggeringly high number. Zoom got auto-whacked, didn't it? See the density picking up a little bit? I love the asteroid collectors. I think it was one of my favorite features of Space Age. Just how kind of wild they go grabbing stuff. Although it would be fun if they could grab stuff that you've thrown overboard. Like, oh no, I needed that. Get it back. And you can see that red lamp shows that they were grabbing metallic. Not sure why. The ship knows. They're smart enough. And doggone it, people like it. More metallic. Some carbonic in there too. Yeah, exactly. If only inserters were as good as grabbing from curved belts. More carbonic. Some of these rocket turrets haven't even gotten into the action yet, eh? These are only shooting big asteroids in the back here. These legendary ones. Currently the railguns are configured to shoot both huge asteroids and big asteroids and ignore everything else. This little ghost symbol here is the panic, fire at everything, shoot everything button. And I'll turn that on just briefly, see what that looks like. And they just go kind of bananas. Like they're shooting huge asteroids going off the side. You don't want that. It's just for emergencies. It's impressive what 12 legendary railguns can do. Another autosave. I don't think this would be possible without the explosive rockets, by the way. I could switch to shoot normal rockets, but I think that would end very poorly. It would probably be able to keep up for a bit, but not once we got deeper into this field. Certainly not without explosive damage 23 to one-shot big asteroids. Do a time check. 200,000 kilometers. Pew, 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 pew. I forget who it was last time on the trip suggested to not have my railguns pointed off to the side like this. Great decision, great idea. Happy I did it. Saves a lot of ammunition and time. Because all of these would previously have been shot, and then, I guess due to physics reasons, they come into the side of the vessel and they need to be shot. Now they just pass harmlessly by. Yeah, I'm quite proud of this ship. I'm very proud of it. I see most people do grabbers in the front, but the way I saw it was, that's valuable railgun space. You can get enough coming by the side. I mean, look at all the stuff that's just passing by that we're not collecting, right? And look at all the stuff we're just throwing overboard. Oh, I guess it's not so much right now, but it will be. Yeah, there goes some extra over the board. Fuel gauges here, by the way. Another autosave. Kind of annoying. I shared the previous blueprint. I can share this one once we get there. I don't know where I put the last one. But yeah, I'll post this one somewhere. It's a fairly expensive ship, I will say that. It's possible that there's more. Well, bells aside, it's possible that there's more legendary stuff on here than not. I mean, the walls don't really count. They don't really do anything. You can sort of see the manifests here. A lot of legendary stuff, and you need it for the throughput to keep everything condensed. I mean, you probably don't need 69 legendary accumulators, but it's nice to have. Just in case the power plant comes under strain somehow. Yeah, legendary railguns are a pain. They're difficult to make. Mainly because of the carbon fiber and tungsten. Well, maybe the superconductors are the most painful. But to get all of the railguns I needed for this is all of this production. And you can see the product's finished on all of them. This is the normal. This assembler has, or this plant has been used for other stuff, but it's mainly all of this. Why is this making just plain ones? This should be making rare ones. Silly thing. But they won't actually make anything because they're all turned off. I have 24 in waiting. But yeah, it's very difficult to make legendary railguns. I've recycled a lot of them. Yeah, I make everything. Almost everything gets made on Nauvis. Almost everything. It's really only the planet-specific stuff that I make on other planets. I mean, Nauvis is the base of operations. Why wouldn't you centralize there? Most of my science is made on other planets, though. Purple, blue, yellow is all made on Vulcanus. That's a lot. How are we doing on distance traveled? 408,000 kilometers. Production stats real quick. So we're still keeping up with production quite easily. Not under any strain whatsoever. Not even close. Not even close. The main thing, Selgard, is to recycle everything that you don't need. Everything. Everything. And launder your low-quality materials through easy-to-make stuff. And recycle that. I think one of the undervalued one is artillery wagons are a great way to get at tungsten plates. Very easy. I made a lot of those and recycled a lot of those. And I think you can even recycle the tungsten plates now. Yeah. Well, I mean, you've always could, but you can upcycle those if you needed to. So this save game is maybe around 420 hours old. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less in that margin. Pew, pew, pew. $50,000 kilometers to the split. Then we're going to be well ahead of the previous journey. Every split will gain. Every single split will gain. And that's a factor, the fact that we're going significantly faster and railguns work now, which allows us to go significantly faster. Yes, they fire a lot. After the change, I took my previous ship out, which had much less production, and I blew through my stores very quickly, shooting at the big asteroids with the railguns. Yeah, it was immediately obvious, the change. It was such a good change, too. Alright, let's leave the UI on for a bit, so that I don't miss the split. I mean, not that the splits really matter. And we can have a look to see the ship working. Still going strong on the fuel. They'll stay at roughly this much in the reserves. I don't feather the thrusters at all to kind of vary the speed or maximize it. It just doesn't matter. You could. I just don't want to bother with it because it's a pain to wire up and circuit. So we're going max. So we're not as efficient as we could be. I don't care. These lamps here just reflect that the machine is in use. This one doesn't really get too much use. Certainly not now. Same for these here. I wonder if I never put lamps for these. Whatever. But these I'll have them. These for ammo, for explosive rockets, and for railguns. Yeah, these are working full time. Full time, they're going. I can make 460 a minute. And we're using like 400, coming up on 400. And that's a factor of us shooting the big asteroids with them too. I suppose this is another dangerous part of the journey. I may have to turn the railguns to only shoot huge asteroids for 500,000 kilometers. We'll see. Almost time to split. And on this journey, unlike the last one, there will be no saves coming. If, for whatever reason, this vessel encounters an accident, that's it. We're 28 minutes ahead of schedule. You'll love to see it. Next split should be in about 34 minutes. Yep, full distance. And as promised, we'll have a look aft. Power plant is still common quality. It didn't change this. I maybe could have consolidated it down quite a bit. I think it's still 8. That's what, 50. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? Let's turn this mini-map off. Don't need it. You can see more stats on the side. Jeez, yeah, so 400 megawatts production out of 2 of these. And the solar panels really were just for bootstrapping, getting it running. So one thing I didn't do at the start of this trip is to reset the products finished. I think it's fun. Or the damage done by the weapons. Oh, this has done nothing. Slacker. Or maybe that's a testament to the defenses up front. This one should do something. Yep. This really is just to ward off stuff that may find its way in on either side. Same with this one. Although I suppose this one covers a bit of the bow too. But the damage statistics are kind of incredible. This is maybe from 2 round trips plus this trip. You can just watch the kill count just skyrocket. And this is just one turret. And not even the most damage doing one. Not even close. Right. 455k versus... I suppose it's not 100,000, it's 5.6 million versus 4.5 million. Is that right? Yeah, that's million. Hey, RJD. $4.5. No, wait, is it basically identical? No. So it seems the right side of this is safer, actually. There's less damage or fewer kills. Oh, interesting. Not by much. And the railguns are quite busy. Wait, what? Is that 45 billion damage? No. 1, 2, 3. It is 45 billion damage. That's a lot of damage. That is, in fact, a lot of damage. Yeah, I just hang out on the Steel Axe Discord. I am not antisocial. No autosave. And how are we doing on production stats? And see when we left Nauvis, or rather left Flaquillo. And if it needs to happen, we can change the railgun focus so that they only shoot huge asteroids. No, I don't think he has a blueprint channel in there. I'll just post it somewhere. Don't worry. So unless I find the urge or feel the urge to revisit this and extend the thrust capability, I think this is the farewell for this game, for this map, for this playthrough. And then I can start focusing on 100% planning, which I did a lot yesterday after work. I'm quite pleased with how that's all going. Well, it could be better, it could be further along, you know, but, you know, it's pretty good. All things considered, there's still a lot to do. No, I probably won't stream every day. But I'll be streaming more for sure. Probably just planning. I might throw some Trackmania in there. We'll see. I'm not sure. Just a cool map that I found. Yeah, Trackmania. It's an Ubisoft game. For now. I'm not good at it. Right? I'm not good at it, but it's fun nonetheless sometimes. It can be extremely frustrating. The physics in that game are bizarre. Like I've driven a car for a very long time. And the two skills are completely unrelated. I think we've reached the point where the explosions are non-stop. Maybe we've reached that a while ago. Density's increasing just a little bit. I don't know, honestly. I like grass maps. Full speed maps, I don't think I have the reaction time for anymore. I'm older now. And so the kind of reactions that you need to be good at those, I don't think I can do anymore. Which is kind of a shame. I have made a few maps. Two of them I'm actually quite proud of. But I have found one the other day, or I guess maybe last week, that is, I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe I still have it open on TMX. This one? No. No. This one. Let's see. It's tagged as tech and dirt. So I guess I kind of like the idea of tech, but I don't know how to do the slides real good, so I kind of just fail at them. But those, you don't really need the Twitch reaction speeds like you do for full speed. Even on distance. So we're at 660k. Pretty decent. Yeah, I agree. Those... my major complaint about the whole ecosystem, I guess, is that there's nothing in the game that would compel you to learn those things or know that they even exist. So Deacon, I'll link you my maps if you're curious. You can see the heinous things I have built. I encourage you to try and beat my world record on Mapper Should Need a License 1. Good luck. but I mainly do this as a way to learn stuff. Like zigzag, I still don't know how to do. I know, like my very first map, it's very simple, very, very, very simple. But I guess it's a tech map, because you need to do a tech turn at the very end. Maybe I should fix the tags at some point. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I have seen the records. I've seen other people do it, but I couldn't do it. I was able to do it by wallbang. They're not khaki maps at all. Not in the least. Although, I'm convinced that there is a khaki-like solution on that map that I just mentioned. That could save maybe a tenth. I'm not sure. It's extremely difficult. I've only managed to accidentally do it once, or twice rather, and I wasn't able to control it. It is, Bob, it is. How are we doing on distance? It's not. I promise. It's just a plastic bounce. Hey, thanks for the luck. No, I don't. I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good. But I was thinking over the winter break to maybe do that. I guess Christmas break. Winter break is in February for students, I guess. That's true. Yeah, I speedrun the Factorio, and I'm not very good at it either, so... I just don't want people to get the idea that I'm like some sort of god at Trackmania and get the wrong impression. Because I don't know what I'm doing very often. And the reason I hold the record on my map is because I built it. I put some hours into it. Yeah. Yes. There's no better thing to do than to overplan Trackmania, or the Factorio. Can see the density picking up just a hair again. Vulcanus. That was a fun planet. I think I'm coming around. That might be one of my favorites. Honestly. Is that your first planet, J-Boom? Yeah, the Demolishers are really cool. They're really, really cool. Yeah. I don't want to experience Gleba for the first time again. I'll pass on that. I have some thoughts on Gleba. I don't want to spoil too much if J-Boom hasn't been there yet, though. Oh, don't worry. Your Fulgora has backed up 100%. 100%. Guaranteed. It's sort of a rite of passage for Fulgora. I do want to check in on the production stats. How are we doing? Oh, still doing great. 280. Yeah, I really like recycling. I think that's very cool. One of my major complaints before Space Age, I guess, was that you would just accumulate stuff. Like, if you had passed the era of burner inserters and you had produced a bunch of them, they're useless. You can't do anything with them anymore. But now you can recycle them and maybe get something out of them again. So that's kind of nice. I like that. Let's focus on the bow a bit more. See the spawn. Like, it's so cool that these huge asteroids just get demolished as soon as they appear on screen. Yeah. My main complaint about Gleba has to do with the incentives around it. Because once you start producing the science packs there, they spoil, which means that you feel like you want to use them. And that can exclude other science techs. Like, that can lead you down the path where you're only researching those techs and everything, not anything else, because if you don't, they'll go bad. And if they go bad, your production may back up and cause all sorts of pain. And to that end, I've sort of given up, and I'm just doing laser damage here instead of working towards more explosive damage. Fuck it. You can let them spoil, yeah, sure. But it makes a god-awful mess. Look, I'm producing, well, I guess I probably was producing it at 35 per second. Well, I guess I'm recycling some of it now. Yeah, like 33 per second, and I'm actually recycling it now because I'm overproducing. Just to sort of help keep it from all backing up in here, but like all of this is gonna spoil soon. Like, yeah, this is dead now because it's backed up. This is dead. Like, the whole thing is just dead now because it's backed up because I'm not using it. And it just sucks that you feel compelled to only do biotechs. You can... So it depends, J-Boom. One thing, again, that I don't think is very obvious is that you can throw stuff in the lava to get rid of it. So if you have stuff you don't want on Vulcanus, just insert it into the lava and it's gone. And I don't think the game does a good idea of telling players about that. Is it in the tips? Okay. I have the tips turned off. Maybe that's my bad. Yeah, I guess if you don't read the tips, or you get there, you dismiss them, you don't see them again. How are we doing on... Just under 200,000 kilometers. I didn't know that you could go here and get information about these planets. Like, if you go into the wiki, the Factoriopedia, I didn't know that it had stuff here when I started in October. I didn't even know that this space map existed. Like, what? By the way, here's our progress. Kind of cool. Yes, these are legendary railguns. They're all legendary. Yeah, why not the ocean? I mean, it, if you think about it from like setting an example, you don't want people to get the idea that the ocean is for trash, because then they could translate that to the real world, and that's not great. Yeah, for ice it would make sense. For ice it makes sense. But in general, yeah, I don't know that we want to train people to just dump their trash into the ocean. So the max railgun production, or the railgun ammo production and the explosive rocket production is 7.6 per second railgun, or 460 a minute for railgun ammo. And for explosive rockets, we're looking at just under 3K a minute, or just under 50 per second. For normal rockets, it's 52 per second, or just a hair over 3,100 a minute. And that can be sustained, I believe, because all of this will need... Oops. It needs 166 explosives per second, and I make 203, so I have excess explosives. And I have excess steel production, excess iron production, excess copper cable production. So I overproduce all of the intermediates, assuming that I get all of the asteroid chunks that I need, which I should, because as we go deeper into the shattered territory, closer to the shattered planet, the density increases. So the further you go, the better you are for production. No, we're not going to slow down. No. We're going full speed. Full speed. The whole way. And if we get blown up, then we get blown up. Because this is my farewell to this playthrough. After this, I will be focusing on vanilla 100% planning and getting those blueprints ready. Yep, yeah, you definitely want the forward pressure, or the back pressure as it were. You want things to be backing up on the belt. Nope. They did, yeah. If they didn't fix their railguns, I don't think you could go this fast. But they did, luckily, and so we can. Yeah, without that fixed, no. I think we would have to slow down. Bob, why are you like this? That's horrible. I'm kind of mulling around in my head building like a full speed grass map or something, or full speed dirt. Probably full speed dirt. Some mulling ideas around in my head of what that might look like, because you don't really see full speed dirt. That's fair, Bob. That's fair. Yeah, you're broken. That's okay, though. Just let me know your name so I can block you in TMX so I don't get your maps on random. That would be great. Let's see. Density is picking up just a hair again. Yeah, you can see the railgun ammo production is increased to keep up with demand. Though I suppose it's... Yeah, there we go. It's kind of ramped up a bit and now it's coming down some. That's cool. I think what's fun to look at is the kills over the last minute. Could actually do here. Okay, yeah, so I've made 2 trips. Or maybe 3. No. Oh, that's cool. It shows the days now. Oh, that's awesome. So I've done, I guess, 3 trips, really? Okay. This one wasn't the full distance, I guess. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hold on. I don't want to miss this skip or miss this split again. We're going to be very, very, very ahead again. Around 6.5 minutes to the split. Can let this hang out, I guess, for another 5 minutes. Get the nice unhindered cinematic. Yeah, about 5 hours. It's around 4¾ hours from the edge of the solar system, or from Aquila, I can't remember which. It'd be about 5 hours from Nauvis, which is where we left. 4 hours and 55 minutes, maybe 5 hours exactly. That's if the speed holds and all that. Of course, if the ship gets destroyed, I'll probably jump into planning instead. But I don't think the ship will get destroyed. And I'm not touching anything. I'm not going to adjust the speed. I'm not going to fiddle with production. And I don't think I'm going to change the Railgun priority either. If he dies, he dies. See the density picking up again here. Quite significantly now, I think. As you can see, the umbrella of safety is coming up just a little bit closer to this ship. It's here, with the autosave. Maybe. I think it would be cool if there was some content at the Shattered Planet. I'm kind of bummed that there isn't actually a planet there. Sorry for spoilers, everyone, but it's been like 3 months? 2 months? I've been there before on this stream. So yeah, they could probably do more. I don't know that they will. I think Cloverx has said that he wants to focus on another game. And like making a completely other non-Factorio game. Which is probably fair enough. There's still some polish that I would like to see them do for this game. Let's see if it's open still. 50,000 kilometers. The production is still pretty good. Yeah. Oh, there's new planets already in the mod portal? Oh, that's excellent. That's really cool. Some odd minutes ahead from last time. I think, if I remember correctly, at this point in the last journey, we had taken pretty substantial damage already. And had to slow down quite a lot. I think they hit the mark on the number of planets, though, at launch for Space Age. Maybe they could have done another one, but I don't know what that would have been without feeling very samey as to what they have now. I think this is just the right amount. Why are you like this? Oh, right. You're broken. I forgot. It certainly feels like usage is going up. Yep, trending up just a hair. 410, yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I think the most disappointing thing is that once you get to the Shadow Planet, it just kind of stops. Like, just there's no asteroids coming at you like this. I mean, they do still come for you, but not anything like this. And there's no achievement for it. I'm kind of glad that there isn't an achievement for getting to the Shattered Planet for speedrunning's sake. Because it really would suck to have to do this at the end of a very long run. That would be so painful. I choose to believe that they didn't add the achievement there with speedrunners in mind. Which they maybe had nothing of the thought, nothing of the sort in their mind. Yeah, it really would be 4 hours of AFK. Honestly. And this isn't... Like, if you're watching a VOD on your own, there's really not much going on. But if you're hanging out in chat, chatting with people, then it's not too bad. Coming up on the split. Wait for it. Split. You're 52 minutes ahead. Oh, did he say that for speedrunner's sake is why they didn't? Good. And again, the next split is about 34 minutes. And so far we've taken 0 damage. The thing to keep an eye out is these uncommon rocket turrets on the ends here, damaging the opposite side railguns. But I think that really only comes up once we get really close to the end. And howdy, welcome. Personally, I think this is really cool. I find that this is, in many ways, a better turret defense game. Right? If you think about it, this is really a tower defense, or a turret defense. Different than wave defense for sure, but similar in concept, I think. Where there's just constant enemies coming at you, even though they're asteroids. No, I haven't tried with 8 railguns. It's really, this design really started out as this wide and hasn't really changed. It's possible you could narrow it. And what's interesting is that I don't need all of this storage at all. There's no need for all of this buffer because I keep up with production. So if you think about it, that means that from like here, this could all get scrunched down this many tiles. Like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, what the hell was that? Get scooched down 4 tiles. And then possibly more again here, as maybe some of this could get rearranged. So once I make the blueprint public, that could be something someone could be interested in doing. And if you're able to do that, maybe you don't need as many railguns, or you can shrink it in the width sense as well. Yeah, surrogates are really extremely powerful. Extremely, extremely powerful. And I think they're I think it's been shown that they're Turing complete, so you can program in them, like actual like full programming. If you search on YouTube, someone made Doom, the old video game, in Factorio with lamps. It is incredibly impressive, but I cannot imagine the amount of time that took. You have a degree in math? I mean, if you think to your logic classes, all this is, all Factorio circuits are logic gates. There is a compiler, actually. There's several, actually. There's it's like, yeah, here we go. You can compile hardware description language to blueprint strings. Although this is quite old by now. So if you're familiar with FPGAs, it's basically the same thing. Yeah, I like VHDL. The trains are Turing complete too? Oh, that's cool. I guess that makes sense. I guess with interrupts now they are, for sure. I hadn't thought of that. I think the interrupts are going to be one of the standout features of this game now, because we'll break away here. We'll look at some of my other ships. All of my ships hang out at Nauvis, and they all have interrupts to go get stuff. Like, am I low on science? If I am low on science, go get some. So now the ship is waiting at Vulcanus to get refilled on blue science. Same here. If I'm low on this stuff, go get it. Am I low on ammunition to defend myself? Same sort of deal for everything else. And I think, like, obviously you don't need that. You can have them just go back and forth on a schedule. And I used to do that. And then I once realized, well, wait a minute, you can use these interrupts and do it. And I think that's way, way, way more powerful. And even here I'm using them for this ship. So when I get low on fuel cells, I want to go get some. And when it's actually very difficult to have two targets here, or stations, when you're going to the Shattered Planet, because it wants to turn around and go there right away. But you can do it with a circuit, or with an interrupt. And my promethium collector, same idea. This just continually goes to the Shattered Planet and has an interrupt to offload promethium chunks. And it just turns around and goes back. Best logic in spaceships is its interrupt. Yes, to just dump everything at the planet. Yep. You do have to be careful with that one, so you don't overfill the landing pad, which I've done on Nauvis, and it makes a god-awful mess. Done it a couple times. Have I made those? Oh, I have. Okay, good. Just a terrible, terrible mess. So now we're getting to the place where the density is going to really, really start to pick up. And that's made evident in the graph here. Is that from almost, well, I guess maybe it's closer to here. At 1.2 million kilometers, it starts to really ramp up to around 1.6 million kilometers. And that is going to be the period of most danger. That'll stress the ship the most. One thing I learned recently is that if you have spidertrons on multiple planets, the icon shows what planet it's on. So this is my Aquila spider. You can see the Aquila planet there. Same for Vulcanus, Gleba, Nauvis, and Fulgora. I thought that was a nice touch. It also actually makes it very easy to swap what planet you're looking at. Otherwise you have to go into the map and then click over here, but you can just click the spider remote now and it'll take you to it. That was nice too. Although it can be frustrating if you click it wrong and you're suddenly looking at somewhere else. How's the graph? So still steady. Turn off the rockets and focus on the railguns. About 400 a minute, so we're still not stressed at all on production. You know, I'm not sure if Derek will be... So that's a great question, Peanut. This ship doesn't store promethium chunks at all, and it doesn't make science. The only thing this ship does is go to the shattered planet. I have another ship, this vessel's sister ship actually, which does store the promethium chunks on it. And you do that, well I do that here, but just weaving undergrounds. And this can store just over 16,500 between here and here. And when it gets back to Nauvis, this inserter is turned on and this inserter gets a filter set, so it takes the promethium chunks and they get sent down to the planet. But this other ship that we're flying on now, it just goes to the shattered planet. And do I think Derek is making a mistake going to Fulgora first? I'm not sure, honestly. Oh, the other one? Yeah. I'm not sure if Fulgora is correct or not. There's a strong argument to be made for going to Fulgora first, and there's a very strong argument to be going to Vulcanus first. Very strong to go to Vulcanus first. And I don't know which is which. On one hand, you have benefits of getting the recycling and quality going as soon as possible. That could pay off in the long run as you get to the end of the game and need the legendary armor and all the legendary components. On the flip side, if you go to Vulcanus first, you can take the foundry with you to Fulgora and use that for holmium plates. However, if you're going to Vulcanus first, you really want the EM plants, because space on Vulcanus is constrained in some way. And so there's, of course, a symbiotic relationship between the planets. There necessarily has to be. Otherwise, you just wouldn't go to certain planets. And so one of the benefits of going to Vulcanus first is that everything is free, largely speaking, which means that you could set up all of your space platforms on Vulcanus or from Vulcanus, because you can make the space platform in large quantity fairly easily, I would say. And we can have a look what that looks like, right? Oops, not that. What? Let's say you want to make like 10 per second. Or maybe 5 per second. This isn't too bad. Oh, this will be difficult because I have the productivity it's going to take into account, actually. Yeah. Yeah. It's harder to show here because I have the productivity research. But you're going to get very far on Vulcanus, I think, with that. And yeah, I can share the other blueprint too. It's not a speed run, it's totally fine. It's not a speed run. And what's worse is I've been in the editor on this run because I didn't realize that fish on Nauvis expire. Why would anyone think that? But it turns out they expire. Or they spoil, rather. Oops. So this is Hellmod for planning. I use this quite extensively in this sort of run in C block. And it has its uses in planning, like normal runs too, like vanilla runs. Okay, now we're at the part of the journey where density is really picking up. It's going to be picking up from here for the next 400,000 kilometers. And so if we're ever going to have a problem with production, it's going to be now. Yeah, I agree, Bob. I honestly agree that for speedrunning 100% specifically, that the planet order doesn't really matter as long as you're not going to Gleba first. I think Gleba first is objectively wrong. I think that is the wrong choice. Although that said, actually, I mean, you could get that achievement very early by getting efficiency modules, but I still don't think I don't think you want to go to Gleba first. CRDD. Silo, what? Never mind. It could depend on the map seed, but I don't. I'm not so convinced about that. Because you're going to have a plan going into it, and you're going to have blueprints that depend on certain things. So, in some sense, you're right, in that if you think that going to Fulgora first is better than going to Vulcanus first, for example, you're more likely to pick map seeds that lend the run to be successful in that scenario, right? But I don't think you're going to look at a map seed and go, oh, this is a Vulcanus first, and then sort of improvise, at least in 100%. And any percent, certainly not, because you're going to have, you get to pick your map seed. Maybe default settings you would swap that? I'm not sure. No, just the research. You just need the research. I was just thinking to do the research so you unlock that achievement. Because that's 300 science versus the 1,000 that Derek needs on Fulgora first. Yes, I've done this trip before. And I don't think it'll fall behind. I don't think I need to slow down at all. But every journey is different. These are randomly approaching me. And so maybe I got lucky last time, I'm not sure. I did suffer damage from my rockets, from these exploding over here close to this railgun, and from this one to this railgun. And if I get bad RNG and lose these ones on the end, and they need to be replaced, which I do have spares, I have 24 spares, then it's possible that, well, this is being replaced, certainly if the platform is damaged as well, that asteroids can get closer and closer and my umbrella collapses and then we catastrophically fail. In general, plan A is to pick the map seed that works for your build. Plan B is to pick the map seed that works for your build. Yeah? Mortality, or that's a good point. That the Tesla turrets could help. Another benefit to going to Fulgora first is that you delay the need to have artillery. Because there's no enemies on Fulgora. Although I think the same is true for Vulcanus. There's no enemy structures. I don't think the demolishers count as structures. It's getting close. Yes, at some point I will be doing C-block speedrunning. I'm definitely going to wait for the new versions because construction bots are significantly cheaper and earlier in the tech tree. So I'll wait for that. That might have to take a backseat to 100%, I'm not sure. Oh, with beans, obviously. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Seems like there's a little break in the asteroids there. And we'll hide the UI for a bit. Have a look. No, Derek hasn't finished the run. He's spending most of his time right now planning for Nauvis and trying to scale up Nauvis in a way that supports his later ambitions in the overall run. I think the strategy is going to be to stay on Nauvis for longer than people think and not rush to other planets. Because I personally don't think there's a benefit to going to other planets if you're not able to do anything there. Like, what's the point of going to Fulgora if you go there naked and don't have anything with you? And so you want to be able to take things with you, which means you need a larger production on Nauvis. Further, I think you want to have I think you want to be buffering science significantly on Nauvis so that you can use it later. And I think you'll also need to be able to support larger rocket launches, larger number of rocket launches. Yeah, exactly, Arcturus. And I think that once he's able to figure out how much time he's going to have, or wants to allocate, maybe a better way to put it, he can expand the production and get more stuff. Yeah, it's easy to take stuff. Well, I think you want to take steel, iron, gears, circuits, like green circuits specifically, and probably accumulators and probably bricks with you so that you can craft the lightning rods. But I think you'll make assemblers there most likely, and you may make belt there as well. It depends on if it's better to compress in a rocket as belt or as ironing gears. I'm not sure. Red belt probably makes sense to ship Yellow belt, I'm not sure. Yeah, concrete too. Yeah, you'll bring concrete with you. You'll bring red engines with you. You'll bring frames with you, or robot frames with you. Yeah. And I think that is... It's a difficult balance to get right. Because, yeah, you could bring everything with you. But that's a lot of rocket launches. And it's fairly expensive to launch a rocket. Which again gets back to what I was saying earlier, is that you want to have... I think you'll want to have much larger production facilities and capabilities on Nauvis to get you there. So that you can launch those rockets and all the cargo you want with them. Yeah. Yeah, the belt will take less space in the ship compared to the iron, but the iron is more flexible. You can use it for other things. It means you don't need to worry about recycling gears and sticks once you get there, and batteries that you don't need. How are we doing? So just under 10 minutes. Yeah. It's very difficult to foresee. This is turning into not quite C block level complexity, but that sort of logistics challenge and planning challenge, which is so much fun. I personally think the space stage 100% is going to take like 12 hours, certainly at the start, and that's why I'm not focusing on it. But it really is making me want to switch and start planning for it. But that can wait. That can wait. It'll still be there. I have unfinished business with vanilla 100%. Yeah. Well, there have been people who have planned space or C block speedruns for sure, and completed them. I think with the Brave New World mod, though. That's true. But the disadvantage of Gleba first is that Gleba sucks, and you need artillery. I think. Yeah, and I haven't played SpaceX. I focused largely on C block instead as the overhaul mod of my choice. But my understanding is that the interplanetary logistics in SpaceX are much better. Certainly, it's a more complicated and involved mod. No one's doubting that, but I think it gets easier because you can read from those remote planets. Is that right? One of the things that would be so nice is if you could read from planets and then dispatch ships to them. Better than Space Age. Yeah. That's kind of what I figured. So she can read remote planets. Aren't the eggs from pentapods less, or they're not a guaranteed drop? Yeah, the interplanetary circuit networks is the one thing I wish we had. Well, it's one thing I wish we had. It's not the one thing. There's a bunch of them I wish we had. Yeah. Yeah, you could do Gleba first. I'm not sure that you would want to. Because I don't know that you want to deal with your science spoiling that early. I think you want to have more robust science production before you get to Gleba, like everything else set up. I think you want Gleba to be your last of the inner planets, so that you can defer those techs until you have, so you can't research anything else, essentially. Yeah, the new labs are certainly compelling out of Gleba, but I don't know if it's worth going there first. How late are these? Oh, they're fairly late. No, not like terribly late. Not terrible. Oh, these count as rockets. Huh, that's funny. Guess that makes sense. Oh, well, no, you don't need that. You can capture them. Yeah. It's possible that Gleba is second. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. To me, it seems weird to do Fulgora third. But it's not outside the realm of possibility, for sure. Coming up on the split. I'm going to be quite far ahead again. Yeah, I think you're right that the tech won't end up being a limiting factor too much. It depends what infinite techs the runners decide to get. I do think you want some amount of infinite techs outside of what you need for achievements. I think you'll want some amount of explosive damage, railgun shooting speed, and damage. Certainly you'll need damage. But I don't think that's infinite, actually. Where you can one-shot the promethium asteroids. Oh, that's true. Gleba does have the advanced asteroid processing. That's a big game. That lets you set up your space casino earlier too, but you need Fulgora for that, so... This density is quite thick now, compared to where it was just 10 minutes ago, maybe. And now it's production going. Still pretty good. Still quite good. Rockets holding steady. You can see the explosive rocket consumption drifting up steadily. Not a problem. Still have tons. Oh yes. The fix for the railguns has been... I don't think we could go this fast without the railgun fix. Yeah, I don't think we could go this fast without the railgun fix. Certainly not without dramatically altering the behavior of the railguns. Like what shoots what and whatnot. I think one wish list item I have for turrets is that you could read the kills as a pulse or something. Like when a turret gets a kill, get a pulse on the circuit network. I think that'd be pretty neat. So you have to mouse over and see you can't read it automatically or in an automated fashion. Shout out to this turret, 6.1 million kills. Wow. Coming up on the split. And split. Nice. 150 minutes ahead. Yep. Last time I was having to slow to a crawl here, I think. So the rocket turrets, so the two rows here share the same logic, and they prioritize big promethium asteroids and then shoot medium ones afterwards. Well, they shoot all the big asteroids, prioritizing the promethium ones first and then the medium ones. These must all be, these are all, yeah. These aren't set by circuit. The back row here is split between legendary and uncommon. The reason I have them split is because I don't want these on the flanks shooting way out here. It's a waste of ammunition. And so these on the flanks here, this one follows the same targeting rules as the ones in front. The legendaries back here only shoot huge asteroids, or big asteroids rather. And they're slacking off pretty much here. But as we get deeper in, they'll start helping out there. And the lasers all shoot smalls and then mediums. Yeah, I mean, don't you love to see the big numbers on these? Look at this. Look how much damage this has done. That's wild. I can't even count that high. Which is funny because I literally can't count that high. Like I have a difficult time counting the digits here. It's what, 11 digits? Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Well, barcode, I think that would really lag my game, eh? Like, look at the kills we're getting. Like, this is just in the last minute. 30,000 just for the small promethium asteroids? My game would die. Seaguard, no. The ship is on automatic, actually. It'll even return to Nauvis on its own and hang out there. There are knobs that I can turn, however. For example, as we come in here, there's some constant combinators here. I can use both of these to throttle the ship, make them go slower. This one is the emergency stop, which will stop the ship. And this one controls the railguns, whether or not they should shoot big asteroids or not. I have this duplicated here just in case I accidentally delete a group here. And there's even protection in here to let me know that I've turned off them shooting huge asteroids, which I'll do for a second. Because I've done that before. Oops, don't want to do that. And this is to instruct the railguns to shoot medium turrets. I've never used this. It could probably go. And some other is to collect everything. Just tell the grabbers to just grab every damn thing. And stuff I don't need will just be thrown overboard. I don't want to do that because it's wasteful and it'll clog the belt. Certainly this far out. You can see this is already clogged up a bit. And because of that, right, like the asteroid chunks all come in and go on a loop, on a merry-go-round. And when I need metallic ones, they're taken here. When I need carbonic ones, they're taken here. And I need the ice ones, they're taken here. And everything excess is just thrown overboard. These are controlled by constant combinators, how much to keep on the other side. They're independently controlled. The walls serve negative function. They don't do anything. They do absolutely nothing. They look nice, I guess. The last two combinators add to the combinators down here to keep more stuff. This is useful once we're really far into the shattered area. Yeah, they take up space and no one can complain about unused tiles, sure. Well, I guess technically I could save extra tiles by deleting here and deleting the platform underneath it, but, I mean, I don't know. It's aesthetic. Aesthetic? Looks nice. Serves as a nice border. You don't need them. Yeah, the stuff we throw overboard is kind of fun. It looks like just a constant stream of. I actually think like the ski-doos where you just have the water shooting up behind. This is what it makes me think of. Oh, and here we see our aft lasers, just to keep any strays from wiping out the ship. They tend to come in like this, and they do some work. It's supposed to work in concert with this rocket turret, but this one doesn't do anything. The big asteroids and mediums don't get close enough, I guess. So that's nice. I don't have to see you back here. But it's quiet. No, it's the same width. Same width. The only thing that's really changed, barcode, is the production. We make significantly more railgun ammo now. 7.6 per second, or 460 a minute. And our capacity for explosive rockets is just under 3,000 a minute, or just under 50 per second. And we exceed that just by a little bit for normal rockets, which helps with these rocket turrets here. Make sure they have extras. Almost everything is legendary, yeah. Yeah, legendary beacons are incredible. And the reason is this distribution efficiency. So a normal beacon, if you put a speed module in there, like so your everyday average speed module 3, 50% speed bonus, if you put that into a normal beacon, it'll be 1.5 times as effective. So it'll be as if it was 75% speed. However, if you have a legendary beacon, that same speed module, the same speed 3, will be 125%. And you put 2 of them in there. And if you put 2 legendary speed 3s, that's 250% times 2.5 for 625%. What? What? So they go hard. They go real hard. And it's even nicer with the legendary efficiency modules, because you can really dramatically lower the energy usage. Like I think in here I'm saving, oh I have to rack my brain, it's over 100 megawatts saved just with these 3 beacons, these efficiency beacons. Even though this only touches one thing. It's substantial. What? No. There's 2 reactors. How's power, by the way? Still pretty good. Pretty steady. It spikes up. I don't know that the accumulators have done anything this trip. Oh, I guess they covered a little bit. Not too much, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's... I have essentially saved a fusion generator by using these 3 efficiency beacons. And there's even more beacons down here. Efficiency beacons. They're significant here, too. Like, very significant. And when you're trying to make a small ship like this, it's important to save tiles wherever you can. And one way to do that is to get into the legendary Kool-Aid. I know. My power generation isn't legendary. These are a pain in the ass to make. Come on, cut me some slack. They're a big pain. That is another way you could save tiles, by the way, is by making the power plant legendary. This could be shrunk quite significantly. So these can output 125, yeah, so I have 8 of them. That could be condensed down to 4 if they were legendary. 4 of these generators. Not bad. When I share the blueprints, I can leave that as an exercise to someone who wants to do that. So the 2 million split is where we're going to gain a huge amount of time. I had to go very, very, very slowly last time. Just because of the density here. And you can kind of see the umbrella just getting ever so closer to the ship, right? This is the area of safety. Is every inch of space used? Yes. Well, almost every inch. There's some tiles here that are wasted essentially with the walls. They don't really do anything. They don't add anything. There's some gaps here. I suppose technically if this was a red underground belt, I could have fit another accumulator here, right? And there's some space here that's not used. But by and large, it's all mostly used. It would be interesting to do, I guess, a tile usage percentage. Like what percent of tiles are used versus how many tiles there are total. What about lights? I mean, they're performing a function, right? This is my inventory of explosive rockets here, these 10. These 6 are for the railgun ammunition storage. these four are for normal rocket inventory. So those are serving a function. These are indicator lamps up here that are used to tell me the status of the ship. So in a sense, they're useful. The ones that aren't really useful are probably these. Next to the machines here. These only tell me that the machines are working. Probably don't need those. Could just look at the animation rate. So maybe these aren't useful, these lamps. Yeah. I will say, one of the things that bums me out is how bright it is here, right? How far are we from the star in the solar system? Right? The star is here, we're here. So it's 1.7 million kilometers to here, and then 100,000 kilometers to Aquilo, and then another 30,000 kilometers to Vulcanus, and the light levels are still just as if we were at Vulcanus. But I've already been there. And so you don't get to see how awesome the lamps look. Like, look here. Okay, those decided not to run. But you can see the glow. Like, I'll put a lamp here. And you can see the ambient glow. Like, everything around it changes color, which I didn't notice until I put the lamps around, but, like, that's really cool. That's a really cool lighting effect that I wish we could have on the space platform. Because how cool would it be is if the ship and area around it was being illuminated by the lamps here. Like, I think it should be darker as you get further away from the star. And I think as you get closer to Vulcanus, it should be brighter because you're closer. That's why the solar panels are so effective there. And I think the game should make lamps more useful in general, or more required, so that you can see. I'm not saying it should be pitch dark or anything, but I think it should have an incentive to use them more. Yeah, oh yeah, there are mods to make... Oh, you mean to dim the light here? Yeah. Yeah. There are mods that make the game darker. For sure. So I think that'd be pretty neat, because we're sort of getting robbed by it here. And what would be... Whoops, didn't mean to click that. What would be really cool is if these cargo bays acted as light barriers. And so this lamp wouldn't affect over here because it's blocked by the barrier. I think that'd be pretty neat. Yeah, I really like this lamp, this ship design. It's really effective. Like, really, really effective. Could potentially even go faster if I had more thrusters. It's tempting to do that, but I don't think I will. This journey to the Shadow Planet is my farewell to this playthrough. Oh yeah, legendary thrusters. What do you think I am? Some kind of plead? Come on, get out of here. I'm not modulating the thrust to them, so they could be more efficient, but I don't really care. It's not important to me. I already make enough fuel. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna share the blueprints once I get there. Once I get to the Shadow Planet. Yeah. But I think I doubled my speed from last time. Yes, asteroids are resistant to lasers, just to some extent. Let's click the large or huge one. So the huge ones are essentially immune to lasers. The big ones are less immune. The medium ones are less even still immune. And the small ones, they're not too bad. You can blow them up pretty good with lasers. And with more laser damage, you can obviously get through them much more quickly. Yeah, the research is important too. Like I have stronger explosives 22, laser damage 19, railgun shooting speed, you don't need to have this at 10, you can just have it lower for sure. And railgun damage? Yeah, railgun damage 4. No barcode. I don't think it is more efficient to do that because you need to run belts for the ammunition, for the normal turret ammunition. With lasers, they just exist. They consume power. So yeah, it's much more efficient to use normal gun turrets on the smaller and medium asteroids, but for space efficiency reasons, I chose to use lasers instead. Awesome, right on tab, Panda. Yes, and the range on the legendary lasers is significantly further than the gun turrets, even legendary ones. So you can see, I'll align this right on the edge of the services thing here, right? It's right on the edge. And just note that it's sort of, the right end of it is just sort of on the cloud there. But here, it's way bigger. Way, way, way bigger. So the normal gun turrets just simply can't compete with the legendary laser in terms of range. And to some extent, like you can see I'm shooting stuff over here that's never a danger. It's the same as any higher quality turret. Well, like I say, for railguns facing forward. But the reason I have these sort of midship turrets is to help with the mediums that get by. Because the lasers can take a minute to kill them. Certainly if there's a bunch of them. My railgun damage is at 4, I think it was. Yeah, 4. You don't need it higher than that. You only need, I think, railgun damage 2 to one-shot the huge promethium asteroids. Anything beyond that is a waste of research, technically. Same for railgun shooting speed. There's a cap on that still too, I think. I think one of the coolest effects is that of the railguns poking a hole through here. I think that's neat. You can see these poor lasers trying to get into the game and not finding any purchase. Oh, getting a little closer. You can see the mix of asteroids is much more in favor of promethium now, right? Much more in favor. It's very red. Sure. I'm not sure how Nilos has done it. I haven't seen. But this is how I chose to do it. It sits in, it flies between Vulcanus and Gleba over and over and over again. I'll just purge everything here and watch it in action. And I just grab everything and skim some off for fuel for the thrusters so it can go places and do things. And all it does is a loop, send them in a loop, and then when they're better than uncommon, they go up to this, where I do uncommon, then rare, then epic, and then some legendary, and then finally the legendary metallic asteroid crusher here with legendary prods in it. Because of course. And I'm drowning in ore. Just absolutely drowning in legendary ore and plate. And they have lasers on them because I went kind of nuts with the power. Because I didn't want to make ammunition or send ammunition up. Because it's not ever going to go back to full or to Nauvis unless it has too much stuff on it. This could probably get changed. And there's 2 of them just for funsies. Yeah, similar idea, barcode. And, well, I will be, for speedrunning, I'll be focusing on vanilla. For casual play, I'll slowly be revisiting Space Age because I want the achievement. Because I had to give myself fish back. Because I took them out of the lake and spoiled them, sadly. And that turned off all of my achievements. So I'll be doing an achievement run at some point, probably offline. I'll just take my time with that. How's production looking? Still hovering around 390 a minute for railgun ammo. So around 1900 for explosive rockets. Well within comfort levels for both of them. Yeah, could do. I have a different coal recycling setup somewhere. Where's the big coal patch here? I just put it in a loop. Just legendary quality 3s and some big miners. And a decider here to... Where is this decider? There it is. Just to take everything out that's over 500 and recycle it and repeat. And off to the side here I make plastic out of it and then make it elsewhere. Found a red signs. Oh, I don't like that. Well, too bad. I don't need it. Wait, how? Huh? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. That's not important. Sure, barcode, you're right, but it doesn't matter. I have, I'm drowning in stuff. Let's go back to Nauvis. They have 100,000 legendary copper plates just sitting there doing nothing. They have 88,000 legendary iron plates just sitting there doing nothing. I don't know why I clicked that. I just have too much quality stuff. I don't need it. Which is another reason I'm sort of happy to retire this run. There's no more puzzle solving, really. It's too easy because I have too much stuff. How much time do I have on this? 422 hours, roughly. This has been going almost non-stop since October 21st was launch date, is that right? 21st? So it's funny, I sent a legendary Spidertron to go try and fight a legendary, or a big demolisher. It did not go well, let me tell you. Holy moly, it did not go well. You have to nuke them very specifically. Like a lot of nukes in a specific spot. Or just go there and use a railgun. You know, either or. Maybe. Could check out the modern planets, but maybe I think that's for another time. I accidentally made a personal legendary railgun. So I went around having fun with that. Accidentally railgun part of my base. That was unfortunate. Wow, we're going to be almost 3 hours ahead. Not quite 3 hours ahead. And that'll mark the halfway point here at 2 million. I guess it might be technically already more than halfway because we're left from Nauvis, but, you know, technicalities, no one's going to count from that. We care about this part of it, right? Once we see these turrets back here starting to get into it, oh, there goes that one. That's when we know we're really in the thick of it. Certainly these legendary ones. They want to only focus on big asteroids. And we're still going full speed. That's the most incredible part of this to me, because last time we had to be going, I don't know, max like 50,000 kilometers per second? 70,000 kilometers per second? Quite slow, relatively speaking. See the lasers really getting a workout now? That's how you know the density's picking up. It is incredible. This trip will be a total of around 4 hours and 45 minutes, maybe 4 hours and 50 minutes. Maybe 4 hours 55 minutes. When did we leave Solar System Edge? Yeah, maybe 4 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah, Legendary Prod 3s are not fun. They take a while. But their effect is so potent actually. Coming up on the split. There we go. 2 hours and 53 minutes ahead of schedule from last time. Amazing. And please keep your hands inside the platform at all times. Yeah, you've got to recycle the eggs to get higher quality eggs. Or you can recycle modules. Part 3s. Personally, I would just recycle the modules unless you're hard up on the circuits for them. Because you get more circuits out of it, and you can use those to set up parallel production facilities. Yeah, we can turn off the UI for a bit. Let's check in on production. Oh, actually, getting a bit less. That's the weird thing about this, is that the higher the density of asteroids, the more efficient the railgun ammunition becomes. Because they hit stuff behind. They keep carrying on. That's an interesting side effect. And Barcode, I don't know if you know this, that if you leave the biter eggs inside the captured nest, or let me say it another way, as soon as you start taking eggs out of the nest, that's when they start to spoil. Yeah. Just the targeting range increases. Unless you're using legendary ammunition, which I'm not. That's excessive. So yeah, just health and range. But I'm not making a higher quality stuff here. That would be a little too much. And for railguns, it's not required, you don't need it. I don't think you would want to even do that for, like, rockets. That would be a pain. So next split should be around the 3-hour mark, just a little bit before. Yeah, that's a good strategy, Barcode. Just ring a silo with them. At some point here I'll want to expand the belt buffer, but I think that might be maybe a 3 million kilometer task. What are we doing here? Yeah, no, it's fine. We're still backing up quite nicely there. It is so hypnotic. I have to be careful not to get dizzy from it, from the motion. It messes up my sense of balance. I'm glad I'm sitting down. Oof. Yeah, I did it different. I brought chunks back to Nauvis and then fired them up to another platform. It's wildly inefficient to do it that way because you can only send 10 chunks up in a rocket at once. But it kept me from needing a very large platform or carrying eggs to this shattered area. No. You can only do the biter farming on Nauvis. Or the egg farming on Nauvis. Which is unfortunate. But if you were to make legendary eggs, you could, in theory, make legendary promethium chunks. And if you had legendary quantum processors, is that what they're called? Yeah, legendary quantum processors, you could make the legendary promethium. And the reason you would make the legendary eggs is that they last an hour and 15 minutes, so that's not... it gives you more time? I don't know. I don't think you would want to do that. Although, that would make each pack worth the same as 6 packs. And so you would need less promethium, or fewer promethium chunks, fewer eggs overall. But getting there would be a giant pain in the butt. Certainly for the legendary quantum processors, that production chain is gnarly. Oh, they seem like they're getting closer, don't they? I agree. I completely agree. Those recipes are so offensive to me. I'll be very upset if they make it so you can't use prod modules in the overgrowth soils. When I found that out, it was a nice thing. Because it's such a pain. I hope they improve the Gleba experience overall. It's hard to see what the plant collectors can grab or work with, what areas, and what areas you need kind of soil for them to do whatever they want to do. Oh, that was getting closer. Okay. Yeah, it'll pass well clear. Yeah. Yeah, there's certainly room to grow on Gleba. No pun intended. Certainly seems to be chunking a bit. Yeah. Ooh, that one got close. You can see the overall makeup of the chunks is now heavily towards promethium. Very heavily skewed. But still plenty of other kinds of chunks in there. So no concerns about needing to expand buffers or always collect stuff. We'll always get what we need. And really you only need to be concerned about it when these lamps are on an extended period of time. I will say this vessel is a far cry from the very first ship I took into the area. And this was not nearly as quality laden as it was then, nor did it have as many things here. This is the first ship I was doing promethium chunks on. This is not a very good ship. This gets clogged constantly, not very defensive. Looks neat, but not effective. How far are we? 2.1? Deal. Aquilo has really grown on me. I think it's a very interesting planet. It's frustrating when it all dies, if it can die. Mine died on me once, and it was a very, very long process to restart it. Very long process. Mainly because I didn't have any power, and using robots was terrible. But I have a spider there now, and the spider has its own logibots in it, and its own stuff on here. They're in it. So I can use this spider to help bootstrap stuff again if I need to. Because it can take things out of this thing here. The hub, or the landing pad. If I need to. Yeah, I put a spider on every planet now. All legendary except for the Fulgora one, which was my first. It was an uncommon one there. And because of how slow it is. Oh, it's so slow. That's what made me put a legendary spider everywhere. He's so fast. Much faster. And that Glebo one is also legendary. Because sometimes you just gotta run around fast. And the legendary ones have eight legs in them. Obviously, right? 8 exoskeletons. And I'll see if I can reproduce that bug later on that I posted to the Factorio forums. Should be possible, right? Do I have another Spidertron on Nauvis? Oh yeah, I do still have two. I have 2 legendary Spidertrons in my logistic storage on Nauvis that I'm just not doing anything with. You know, as you do. And that's how much resources I have, where I just have legendary Spidertrons that are just sitting there doing nothing in storage. And I think that's generally a good point to call a game when you have solved all the puzzles there are to solve. I think it's a good place to call it. And this will be a nice send-off, I think. which, to be fair, I thought about last run, but then they fixed railguns, and so here we are again. That's so cool when the lasers all are focusing on the little asteroid chunks, or small asteroids rather. Right close to the ship that the explosive rockets don't get. Cost production. Oh, we've crept up on the railgun ammunition usage front. Just a hair. It's closer to 400 now than it was an hour ago. It's so difficult to track because it's not a constant line. And rockets are about the same, still 1.9 million or 1.9 thousand per minute. Oh, I guess we dropped down to 391. It's just still a little elevated. Nothing to be concerned about. See some of the flank missile turrets getting in on the action. Which is technically a waste of ammunition, but I produce so much I'm not concerned about it. Like some of these aren't even working. That's how underutilized this production chain is. Oh, I should have checked the ammo counts. This was for more than halfway. 244,000 explosive rockets so far. Well, you get an exact count here. Almost 60,000 railgun ammo. Just over 2,100 normal rockets have been fired. And that's from these turrets here in the midship. Not so much this one. Slacker. There are rockets there. If I can take them, and we have thrown over 240,000 copper ore. It would take you about 4.5 hours to mine that same amount off of one lane, 15 per second. Yes, I reset the memory cells before I left Nauvis. Just for fun. They don't do anything. Oh, yeah, I suppose those are also some components that are not of use, really. They're just informational, just for fun. But if you're gonna do this journey, why not, like, take some metrics on it, right? I did not reset the damage on the the, the weapon systems statistics before I left. So those are cumulative. Because they're obviously bigger numbers this way. And bigger numbers is more gooder, right? You get the lab productivity bonus barcode as well. No. So once you capture a biter nest, it stays put. You can make your own biter nest, however, and those you can place wherever you want. But if you need to capture one, you're going to a biter nest on Nauvis. So if you have wiped them out, you may need to explore a new area. And good luck with the logistics of keeping them fed until you can build one and place it closer. What did you miss? You need to build a capture bot rocket. And this you can use to make a captive biter spawner, and this you can place wherever you want. And these can have quality too, which is fun. Oh yeah, these spoil. So good luck with that, and they spoil into behemoth biters. Ever see a legendary behemoth biter before? But yeah, these you can put anywhere. No, behemoth biters are nothing. Yeah, you can make spawners. I'll be right back. It's snack time. Still humming along, no problem. I don't think I need to change the buffer sizes there yet. And all week, my cat has not wanted to sit on my lap for nothing. And now that I've got a muffin in front of me, he comes and wants to sit on my lap. Figures, huh? It's a hard life. We're on 100,000 kilometers from the next split, and we'll be gaining time with every split. Every single split will be gold. Because I've only done this once. That's how gold splits work. Every segment will be the fastest. Yeah. I'm like, oh wait, didn't I have live split for this? From the first time? And so I opened them up. Oh, it's a hard life being a cat, isn't it? Back to Nauvis, but Nauvis, it's so boring there. Oh, that's a good ways, RJD. What stage are you at? Oh, 2 players. Oh, that's cool. Alright, good muffin. I think after the next split I'll go make myself a cup of tea. Which is in 50,000 kilometers. Ah, space gambling. So there's a few ways to do legendary stuff. You can make your normal stuff and then recycle the stuff you don't want. And if you do that over and over again, you'll get a stockpile of higher quality things that you can in turn make higher quality versions of the stuff you want and start recycling those as well and work your way up. That's what I did for a large part of it and for a lot of things. The second way to do it is to have like legendary casino ships or quality casino ships that just fly around and roll dice to try and get legendary iron ore, copper ore, coal, and all of that. And then start your production chain from, I suppose, the bottom up, just like you were on Nauvis the first time. Just getting your ores from space. You can do a combination of those two. Which I've done as well. So I did my legendary coal on Nauvis and legendary plastic and red circuits and whatnot for the most part. Done some on Fulgora, just with scrap. Honestly, I think I've recycled almost everything that I've taken from Fulgora. Certainly the gears and batteries and all that crap. Yeah, and if you have the asteroid processing productivity, you'll get even more out of it. It really gets kind of OP. Wouldn't surprise me if they're near it. Here comes 2.5 million kilometers. Boom. 3.5 hours ahead. Not bad, not bad. Let's check in on the production stats. Still a hair elevated. Just a hair. Oh wait, that was an hour time worth. Oh yeah. We're elevated. 400 a minute. Okay. Still within production capabilities. Not too concerned. But these are all running pretty good now. For the most part, I think. Yeah. Surely some of them will back up at some point. Yeah, they're all turned off now. Oh, a little light spike there. Wonder what that was from. And you can see that it's almost entirely promethium chunks now, floating around in space. So there's still a good mix of the other stuff. Plenty for us to grab. Not concerned at all. Not concerned at all yet. And it should still be backing up. Yeah, this is all backed up. What's funny is that we grabbed so much ice from both sides, and almost all of it from the left side is just yeeted overboard. Because by the time it gets down here, it's already filled. The requests have been filled from the right side. And with that in mind, I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea and focus on this part of the ship for a while. Hopefully I don't die. And I'll see y'all in a few minutes. There we go. That worked. That looks good. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. Didn't get destroyed. Nice. Nice. No damage. Love it. Gonna have some tea now. That'll help. Oh, where the accumulator's going. Oh, I guess we're tapping into the accumulators more than previously. Used to be just a small spike, but we're tapping in more now. Which makes sense, right? The lasers are using more power. They're going to be a very large draw. No. Very spiky. Oh, that's this one. I'm like, how did I have a non-legendary cryo plant on this ship? Yeah, you don't need one for this purpose, thankfully. Another 400,000 kilometers to 3 million. And before I went to get my tea, I saw that some of these uncommon turrets were getting into some of the action, which means that there are some that are getting closer. So the umbrella of safety has certainly pulled closer to the bow of the ship. Which is not surprising, and only mildly concerning. And Barcade, you can't speed module the biter spawners at all. You need to make more of them. Yep, but you can make quality ones. Those work faster. Where are they? Oh, there. So you can make a legendary one. They're 2.5 times faster. Well, I mean, you can still copy and paste them, but, you know, it takes a little more than that. A few days since playing Factorio? What? Is that even legal? So what's the threshold on this one? It's like $29.90? Yeah. So once we start seeing this lamp flicker, that's when we know the demand on railgun ammo is serious. I think with this one, I think is 39. Oh yeah, 39.50. I'll store 94,000 explosive rockets, which again is way more than I need. I don't need nearly as many, which means this could shrink significantly in more area. But that can be an exercise for someone who wants to extend these footprints. This ship is moving 242.85 kilometers per second. I have no idea barcode. It's 0.62 seconds to recycle a biter egg, and it's 0.03 seconds to recycle a gear, an iron gear wheel. So make of that what you will. It's not very fast, I don't think. It's not like gears. And do be sure to defend your recyclers. Accidents happen. A little autosave there. Now I'm curious. So on Nauvis, I've killed 25 legendary biters, 5,800 uncommon big biters, 878 rare big biters. Yeah. And only 12 behemoths. I guess I haven't made any legendary behemoths, luckily. I mean, not that it would be a problem. My Spidertron would just demolish them immediately. Spider Bro is pretty cool. I know! Like, why can't I fly over here? Or, like, here? Like, it seems like whoever is flying this ship is the dumbest piece of... Oh, wait. No, never mind. You really see the lasers getting into it now. Yeah, Derek's probably driving. Yeah, I would use Greenbelt for anything that spoils where possible. Honestly. You just can't mess around with it. It just... Every second costs you, certainly with science. Which is another thing I'm really annoyed at. But the freshness of the bioscience relates to how much is consumed. Well, this ship uses a lot of green belts, mainly for throughput issues. Because, I don't know if you noticed, but 1,900 rockets per minute is kind of a big deal. That's more than a red belt per second, which is incredible to think about. Incredible to think about. And that's why I'm using stack inserters to get them out of the hub. Because otherwise, you couldn't keep up with the throughput. Yeah. You can get by pretty good with Blue Belt on Gleba. Yes, exactly, barcode. Legendary inserters have a faster angular velocity. Or rotation speed, I guess they call it. These are epic for the Railgun ammo. And this is a bulk inserter. Very, very fast. It's funny. You zoom out, and it looks like these are normal. But you zoom in, it's like, oh, they're all epic. To keep up with the demands. Like, it's 72.4 per second. That's a lot of iron ore. I mean, I'm not using it all. Right? Like I'm overproducing. Oh, I'm not. I'm actually at a deficit. Holy bananas. Oh, wait. I'm not using all the iron or steel. Right. Yeah, so I've overproduced steel by quite a bit and iron by quite a bit. Oh, maybe I could have swapped one of these out for a efficiency module. Interesting to think about. Do I have an efficiency module? Oh, I do. Whatever. Someone can fix that later. So can I... No, the rate calculator is kind of freaking out. Yeah, it's a nice ship. I'm actually really happy with it. The design really came together. I'm a big fan of the railguns facing forward and having all the grabbers on the side. I guess they're collectors, not grabbers. Although, I challenge you to tell me they're not grabbing stuff. They're grabbing stuff! Oh, the umbrellas are really getting close to the ship now, isn't it? This is kind of dangerous, isn't it? A bit. And again, once these start to fire is when we're kind of in... when it's getting real. Certainly when this one starts to fire. What asteroid stat increases with distance? Do you mean like... They all increase. Well, mainly the promethium increases. And these have all leveled out for the most part, and they'll be trending downwards till we get to the end. I wish you could zoom in here. Would that be cool? Just like highlight and drag like from here to here, and it would zoom in. That'd be neat. Because like if you want to see what the stats are at your current position, it's kind of difficult. Because it wants to highlight the line you're on. So you have to kind of go a little to the side. So as you get closer to the end, you get more and more and more promethium asteroids, and you can see the density. It's very light, well, relatively light on the other asteroid now. And I don't think we need to start expanding the buffers yet. Right? Maybe. Maybe we do. No, I think it's fine. No, you know what? I think it's time to expand the buffers. So now we'll keep more on this ship, or more on this loop here before we start throwing stuff overboard. Yeah, it's like an icebreaker. Exactly. It's like a candy bar icebreaker. Looks like a candy bar ship, right? It's not thin enough to be like a needle or whatever, but it's a candy bar. So it's a nice size candy bar, I would say, right? Well, I guess we are still wanting to collect iron. Well, maybe I need to turn this off, these buffers off. Yeah, maybe I do. I'll turn off the left side. Oh wait, wrong side? Oh. Wait, are these backwards? Aw, oh, man. Wouldn't that be funny? So this one's black. No, this one's... Huh. Where's the combinator? 130, 60... There we go. Yeah, so it is backwards. Son of a gun. Oh, that's so tilting. Ha! That's so tilting. Wait, no. This is... the description is wrong. This is the right side. Right side. Left side. Okay. So we'll leave the right side on. I think that's what I wanted. Yeah, and the left side can stay off. Yeah, 242 kilometers a second. That's really fast. Yeah, you could probably modulate the fuel getting to the thrusters to make yourself go a little faster. I didn't want to worry about that. Getting the timing right is really a pain. And I'm not really too concerned about that kind of efficiency. But I'll share the blueprints afterwards, and if someone wants to make that change, they can go right ahead. That's not something I'm too keen on myself, to be honest. Probably barcode. Well, it's not... I mean, free relative to the fuel consumption, not so much just the mass of the ship, the weight of the ship. I don't know why they said weight, not mass. My Gleba science ones do 255 kilometers a second, and I even made them much heavier by switching entirely to lasers. And I think this one can go faster too. Is this legendary? No. Boring. Yeah, my Gleba science only does lasers. It was slowing me down to pick up bullets. So I swapped them out of lasers. I'm sure Gleba is all dead now. Yeah, that's dead. This is dead. This is still working. That's nice. And this is probably all full of spoilage now, yeah. 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 I need to keep this somewhat clear. Otherwise everything breaks. Ooh dear, it's not good. And it's so much more of a pain to start it up later if I want to, for whatever reason. Oh boy. Wait a second, I have an idea. This is just easier, isn't it? Boop. Easy. Yeah. I just try and keep I tried to keep the throughput up, but I'm sort of off it and just wanted to do laser damage. But yeah, it's easy to solve. I could move this and move it out and move this and sneak it out, but it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Whoa, that's all backed up. Fun. Oh, there's so much spoilage. 90,000 spoilage. Excellent. It doesn't matter. It'll go if it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, my lasers are kind of a big deal. They do not mess around. Another 115,000 kilometers. Yep, I'll make it. No problem. No problem. We're already past the hard part. Although I guess technically speaking, the density is increasing. This is another sort of dangerous part at 3.2 million. But even then, it's not too bad. How's production going? Oh, wow. The Railgun ammo has come down a little bit, hasn't it? It was at closer to 400. Now it's closer to 380 again. Interesting. I guess this is that spike. This is another little spike. Cool. Very interesting production crafts there. The shattered planet is 1.1 billion kilometers away. She's going. It's impressive. Umbrella's getting quite close now. Very close indeed. Kind of worryingly close, honestly. But again, if the ship gets blown up, the ship gets blown up. There's repair packs, there's spare parts for basically everything, I think. Evans has a spare part. And the walls. Funnily enough, oh yeah, there's spare inserters for railguns. Spare laser turrets. Should be fine. Yeah, if it dies, he dies. If it dies, I switch over to do 100% planning. Quite a ways, barcode. Yeah, I mean, we're almost at 3 million kilometers, and we haven't even begun to break a sweat. Not even close. There's still quite a lot to do, barcode. I mean, I guess not really a lot. It feels like a lot. Probably for sure in the new year. I'm thinking February. Early February. That's when I'll start learning. And we'll see. I'll be a bit bummed if the playing isn't possible, because I haven't changed any of the rails. So they're all legacy rails, and they seem to work fine, but it's possible that as I place them in a real run, I won't be able to connect the new rails to them. But, you know, we'll see. I hope not. If that happens, then it's going to be a problem. I'll have to start over from scratch. Like actual scratch. Yeah, I mean, it's like, if it doesn't work, I'll be sad, but this whole effort was to avoid having to spend months and months and months designing from the ground up. And so if I can spend what's essentially a month and a half, or 2 months, or whatever, 3 months, trying to make these work, I think that's time well spent. It's a nice gambit. Another 30,000 kilometers. And I don't think I've seen these legendary ones fire yet, which is very good. And so far we fired 336,000 explosive rockets and 78,000 railgun ammo. Not bad. Yeah, that's the concern, Arturus, is that the new rails and old rails will be a tile off, or yeah, one tile off. Rails being 2 tiles wide. $20,000 kilometers. I don't know, I have my finger over the split button like it's gonna happen any second. It'll still be a wee bit. But what makes me think the rails will work is that in the planning save, at least they seem to line up just fine. So I think as long as everything is starting on the same grid, it should be fine. Although there was a case where I had issues connecting. I don't remember how that came up. So I'll have a look in a second after we get to the split, and I'll show you the production. Yeah, it seems like the left side is a little more dangerous than the right side. It could be that there's an asymmetry. And split. We're 4 hours ahead. Incredible. Okay, let's have a look at production. We can start from the aft section and work forward. So the what the asteroid grabbers collect, the asteroid collectors grab, all work their way down here into this loop, which is runs around the ship. And I make my iron and copper ore, diverts them for fuel. I make my carbon and sulfur for the making of coal and explosives, and calcite comes up here for the melting of the ore into their liquid forms. And liquid because you get the bonus out of the foundries and much higher throughput with pipes. And I make my iron here, comes out down here, marries up with the explosives, comes this way up here, comes around, make some normal rockets to the tune of 52 per second, which is 3,100 a minute. It snakes its way around, and I peel off the explosives down here, which join up with the normal rocket production, which go into the making of explosive rockets up to around 3,000 a minute, or just hair under 50 per second. And the explosives continue their way up here, running parallel to the explosive rockets. Explosive rockets get put into the hub, and the railgun assemblers, the railgun ammo assemblers, take the explosives and copper and steel and make 7.6 per second, or around 460 a minute. And they all end up in the hub here. And inserters, well, stack inserters, put them on a belt, which will run up to the turrets. And they're fed, the rocket turrets are fed from the top and bottom. So the rockets get peeled off this way and loaded here. This line is fed from the bottom. This line is fed from the top. This line is fed from the bottom. So alternating is fed from top and bottom. The top is always fed from the first row at the front is always fed from the top and sometimes also from the bottom. And the railguns are fed from the top as well. Yeah, I limit what's allowed in the hub to 94,000 rockets and 3,000 railgun ammo and 2,000 normal rockets. And that's just to leave room for everything else. No, I don't need that much storage for ammunition because the production far outstrips what we consume. So a lot of these hubs can be removed and the design shrunk a bit. Oh, I also make some extra platform, just in case. You hate to be out here and not have any way to make more platform to patch holes. Because we're a long way from anywhere we can ship it up to the platform. Yeah, the solar panels are to bootstrap the fusion production. At the start, you remove this rocket turret and these speakers and plop down an assembler here to unbarrel the fluoroketone fluid that you need for the power loop. And the battery, or the accumulators, help to ensure that you can sustain the spikes that you see on power demand that have come up over the last bit. And they do exist. And it's nice to just have a little extra juice in the tank. But once the fusion power is running, the solar panels don't really do anything. Like there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 of them, and they make 1.5 kilowatts each. Like 16.5 kilowatts is basically nothing. It's a rounding error. But as you're just bootstrapping, that's really only what you need to get the ship running on fusion. Especially if you build it in stages and don't have any of the power hungry stuff down here running. If you just build the solar panels and the accumulators and the fusion power, that's all you really need. Yeah, one solar panel would work too. Or two, or like it doesn't matter. It's all the same really. All you really need is one. And if you're able of building the ship at Vulcanus, one solar panel will go that much further. And what I did to fill the buffers was I told the ship to fly between all of the inner planets and just collect asteroids. To start, the lasers are more than enough to defend you between from the medium asteroids in the inner solar system. Bell, what? No, just direct insert it from your hub. It's so easy. Oh, we've used about 40 fuel cells so far, I think. Boy, that would suck if this was triggered. Huh. The interrupt. Let me just turn it around. Ooh, that'd be brutal. It won't happen. We should have more than enough here. But for anyone using the blueprints, you'll want to overstock on them. Well, I guess... Well, you know what? I'll change this to 400. Just, to keep the... Give yourself a little extra buffer. You can also directly insert the fuel cells in the structure too. I've done that before. Let's hide the UI for a bit. It's much nicer this way. Yeah, you can shove 50 in there by hand. Little autosave there. And so we're roughly an hour away, well, maybe an hour and 10 minutes away from the Shattered Planet. How do you deadlock Kovarex? It's so easy. Look at the lasers go. They're really going to town. They're almost firing non-stop now. This is also why I don't want to use gun turrets here. You would need a significant amount of production just for those. Oh, look at him go. Jeez Louise. Ooh, that was getting pretty close. That was blown up right here. A little bit closer and I would have taken damage from the explosive rocket. What's fun is sometimes these rocket turrets down here will send a rocket up this way and deal with an asteroid. And these use the yellow rockets, not explosives. And so they don't damage nearby stuff. Oof. Still nothing from these legendary rockets, which is nice. Another 300,000. Oh, a little lag spike there. That was fun. I don't know if that was an autosave or a lag spike. Let's see, how's production going? Still pretty good. Spiked up a little bit there. Sort of. But that's what you want to see. You want to see your builds getting used. Well, Covarex is difficult, I find, because it's still difficult to get U-235, or U-238 rather, and if you yeet that all into Covarex, you'll essentially convert it all into U-235, which isn't as useful. I think you still need the U-238, right? Can't remember for what, though. No. Right, my issue was... Yeah, my issue was I had... It's funny, I had too much U-235 and not enough U-238. And so I couldn't even start Covarex for a Legendary. That's what my issue was. So it's pretty easy to get that out of balance, I found. So you have to be a little careful. Let the lasers go here. They're going to town. Outside of here, I think I only use fusion on space platforms. I didn't use it on Aquilo for some reason. I used nuclear here, probably because I came here with nuclear. That's what I had, so I just kept on using it. Fogora, it's probably not wise, but I did this all everywhere. It's just accumulators and lightning collectors. Look at this island. Is how many does this have? This has 5,000, almost 16,700 accumulators. Same for here. Yeah. Gleba is nuclear and some steam. Vulcanus is, Vulcanus. Yeah, exactly. The heat pipes are really, the heat connections from them are really helpful on Aquilo. I think even on this one, did I use... Oh yeah, I used fusion on this one too. This was my winning ship to get me to the solar system edge. And the initial promethium stuff. It's since been upgraded significantly. Do I still have the original blueprint? No, I guess I changed it. Too bad. Too bad. But it looked much the same. I think it had maybe uncommon railguns at the front, and that's it. Maybe it was just normal railguns even, I don't remember. Like 250,000 to go till the split, and we're so far ahead of schedule. By now, in the previous run, I was traveling very slowly. Very, very, very slowly. Because that was before the railguns were fixed, and the ship couldn't produce nearly as much. I think I more than doubled the railgun ammo production on this vessel. And it's the same footprint as the previous, like same dimensions of the platform as the previous iteration. Well, for the most part. Like I extended just a couple tiles down here for the lamps, but aside from that, it's all the same dimensions. Just better use of space with higher quality stuff. Which is sort of how it goes, right? So, the problem with railguns is they have to charge up before they can fire. So if you look quickly here, when it's in low power mode, it's charging up. And it needs to charge up, lock onto a target, and then it can fire. What was happening previously is that, let's say I wanted to shoot this asteroid, like in this area, let's say there's one here. And let's say there's also another asteroid right in front of it. And this railgun wanted to shoot the one right in front of it. Because the railgun can shoot through everything, it destroys everything in its path. This railgun shot this railgun's target. And so this railgun needed to find a new target. What would happen then is it would have to charge up again and then acquire a new target. And that costs time. What the devs did is, once you've charged up, you're ready to fire. Even if your target is destroyed, all you need to do is just find the new target. You don't have to charge up again. And it's that little change that made all the difference. Because you used to have to really contort your target selection to have this one shoot, I don't know, huge promethium, and then huge carbonic, and then this one would shoot the huge oxide and huge metallic, and then so they would fight less over the same types of targets. And even then, it wasn't as good. It was better, but not as good as it could have been. And yeah, it's a lot better. And yeah, it's kind of wild to see so many asteroids. And the stats are just incredible. We can look at the kills. In the last minute, I've killed 71,000 small promethium asteroids alone. That's just those. And for the huge asteroids, let's see, that's 225. So 3,500 huge asteroids in the last minute? Every minute? It's just, it kind of boggles the mind. Well, look at this, we're getting close to the ship now. The umbrella is seemingly collapsing. Is this the end? Before, the umbrella was out to here. Now it seems like it's down here. And if you're getting dizzy from all the chunks, look at the railguns. Don't look at the field of asteroids that are moving around. Or keep your eyes moving. Don't keep your eyes in one location. Like scan up and down, or whatever works for you. So we're holding them back still, so that's nice. But they're certainly getting closer. And this is, I identified this as one of the other dangerous parts, and we can see that there was just a little bump here at 3.2 million, and now as we go down from here, the density should get a little less in terms of everything but the promethium asteroids. So we'll get more promethium and less of everything else from here till the end. And the rate of the promethium asteroids increases substantially. In 20 minutes, we'll look back on that 3,000, what was it, 3,000 huge asteroids, huge promethium asteroids a minute with fondness and go, wasn't it so much nicer when there were so few? Just passing 3 kilometers? And it might be time to expand this buffer as well. Keep more on the belt. On this belt loop. Maybe not. No, maybe it's a little still premature. Yeah, a little premature. Okay, that's fine. Keep an eye on it for later. One change someone could also do is to dynamically convert asteroids to the other types if they wanted to. I didn't want to do that, but it's something you could do. I haven't found the need, to be honest, but I also have asteroid processing 15. It's not really an issue for this run. I'm kind of getting into the thick of it, as it were. You see, yeah, it's getting much closer. And again, it is possible that this rocket turret can shoot something here and blow up and damage these railguns. And if that happens multiple times, well, that could be a problem. I do have spare railguns and spare rocket turrets and etc. But in the time it takes for them to be replaced, more asteroids could get closer and closer and closer, because they'll be not covering. Yeah, I suspect you could maybe fly it a hair faster. I could fly the way home at full speed too with the gravity assist. And that's what, gonna be 262 or so, is that right? Just 20 kilometers per second more? That's more scary in my opinion. But yeah, you could probably go just a little bit faster. Certainly the production isn't taxed yet. It's merely the thrust generation, which could be possible if you modulated the amount of fuel getting to the engines, to the thrusters. 400. So another 100,000 kilometers. Yeah, Archers, I'm actually looking at how to do that sort of thing using points. So everyone has a maximum number of points they can use to build their ship, and each type of module that you use takes away or costs you points. And if you choose to use legendary gear, it costs you more than if you use just normal common stuff. I'm just thinking that through. And I would probably go to the solar system edge just to keep it from being 4 hours or 5 hours. Or maybe you go further into the shattered planet. Maybe you go to 1.5 million kilometers. I don't know. How long would that be? Like an hour and 15 minutes? Yeah. Maybe go to 1 million kilometers. That should be reasonable. That would actually be a really good idea to go 1 million kilometers in. Because just going to the solar system edge is not very long at all. Just 10 minutes. You want to have a stress test of it, right? Oh, getting close. Let's turn the UI on so I know when to split. How are we doing for ammunition usage? Almost 400,000 explosive rockets, 90,000 railgun ammo, 6,900 normal rockets. Very nice. And again, well within design. Looks like it's spiked up somewhat. Still, again, completely within design parameters. And even if I wanted to, I could tell the railguns to only shoot the huge asteroids to save more ammo. Use more rockets, but save more railgun ammo. It's much more flashy this way. You can see the damage on these, and this is not since leaving today. This is all of the damage that these have done over the lifetime. It is a lot. A bit staggering, actually, how fast these climb. It's jumping 30, 40, 50 at a time. It's incredible. The lasers are really going. And are the accumulators needing to discharge to keep up? I wonder. Let's have a quick look. So only not too much, right? They haven't been needed too much. Certainly they have been needed, but not like to a large degree. So power is holding nicely. Yeah. The solar, yeah, holding steady. 16.5 kilowatts. doing his part. $25,000 kilometers. And you can see the makeup of the chunks floating by is almost entirely promethium chunks now. It seems like the stuff we're interested in is few and far between. But we're still grabbing a whole bunch of it. Right? Like we're getting metallic and the inventory is almost full, so not too bad, right? That's a lot of materials there. Another second. Alright. Almost time for the split. And split. And 42 minutes on that split. We're in the home stretch. 34 minutes. Then we're done. That's not bad. That is not bad. That is impressive. Cats, man. Hey, congrats. Legendary Prod 3s. Those are not easy. And we could stay UI off until the alarm fires. Ah, that's the debate, isn't it, Barcode? Where do you use your first prod module? Yep, Havana's got the right idea. Sounds like we need more production. autosave. Cat aggro. Just want to sit between me and my keyboard, huh? Is that the story? Let's have a look at the production stats. So we're using... Huh. Interesting. Oh, I mean, we're just in a trough. Seems like it comes and goes in waves here with the railgun usage. And again, it's so odd that we've been so steady on the explosive rocket consumption for almost the entire run. Like once we ramped up here, it just sort of stayed steady at 1900. I guess maybe it's grown. Well, you know what? It's creeping up. Now it's at around 2K. It's pretty good. And what was the max here? 29. Yeah, okay. Still tons of room. Oh, the annoying autosave. Ooh, getting close. So far, no damage. Yeah, no damage. We'll see what happens once we get to the turnaround point. That's when things could get interesting. But we're not going to go home. We're going to stay there. I mean, the ship is going to turn around because that's how it's been told to do. And maybe I should start taking blueprints now for the people who want them. Someone wanted this one too. Okay, that's saved. And you can see the mix of asteroid chunks is now heavily, oh, that was close, heavily promethium, not so much anything else. I don't think even now we're having problems with getting what we need. Maybe a little sulfur or carbonic is a little low. Even then it seems fine, right? If this light isn't on full time. Which is odd because it probably should be. Oops, wrong one. Oh, because there's already stuff on the incoming lanes. That makes sense. We'll just post it online and paste the link in here. Here we go. Okay. Please use a direct. I don't have an image. What? Oh, fine. He wants me to take a picture of it, I suppose. Don't mind a screenshot. What? What? Why isn't this working? What the hell? Okay. Wow, that was a lot of effort. Alright. Can find the blueprints there. Yep, almost there. Just under 250,000 kilometers to go. Holding strong. Still max speed, no damage taken. And we should be there in 15 minutes, give or take. Yeah, around 15 minutes, right? Which will more than have, well, yeah, more than half the previous time. Which is kind of nuts. What have we thrown overboard so far? 440,000 copper ore, almost 400,000 iron ore, 368,000 carbon. Oh my god, that's so much stuff. No calcite. Nope, 131,000 calcite. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about, right? So, 400,000 iron ore in 4.5 hours. Is 24.7 iron ore per second. And it's 27.1 copper per second. Which, if you think about it, that's a lot. That's like a lot. Yeah? Yeah, exactly. The resources are free, essentially, and so it doesn't matter if they're all thrown overboard. I think your math is off. It's closer to 50 with no mining productivity. Because remember, a full lane is 30 miners for 15 per second with no mining productivity. And so 2 lanes would be 60 miners for 30 per second, and we're coming in under that. So put another way, on default settings, you want a patch that has this 440,000 iron ore in it at your starting area. That's a lot. That would be a lot. And so we have done the equivalent of draining that entire patch and just throwing it away. The run's going great. We're almost done. Almost there. It's another 175,000 kilometers to go. And the umbrella of safety is getting quite close to the ship now. It used to be, like, you could see, it's largely around here, right? It's largely around here. But some stuff is getting through, right? And it gets really dangerous if the rocket turrets that are able to shoot medium asteroids choose to shoot the medium asteroids that are close to the ship and cause damage. Now that's a nice default settings patch. 440,000? 400,000? Yeah. You would pick that map every day. And how much carbon is it again? It's 375,000 carbon. And if we double that, that's how much coal it is. So it's 750,000 coal. That's a huge default settings coal patch. We're so gold because last time we had to slow the ship down for 2 reasons. Well, maybe 3 reasons. The first reason is the railguns were broken and didn't work properly. And so I needed to slow the ship down so that the railguns could operate to the best of their ability in their broken state. And the third reason is I didn't have enough production to sustain this on the old ship. Just couldn't do it. Here we're using 300 90 railgun ammo per second, and on the old ship we could only make 218 per second. We could only make 1964 explosive rockets per minute, and we're very close to that line here. Very close. Now it's true, I have my railgun shooting at medium asteroids, or not medium asteroids, jeez, that'd be crazy, at large asteroids, and that's increasing the demand. But that gets translated into extra rocket demand, if not railguns. I posted the blueprint. It's pinned, Skullguard. You're welcome. Look at the laser light show. They are going to town. Ooh, there's a little bit of encroachment over here. Let's push back. And again, this starboard bow is kind of pressing in, isn't it? You're welcome. You'll probably want to build them quickly and then change the flight conditions. Otherwise, it might just try and fly off on you before you're ready. Like, pause the thrusters. Both of them. And you'll need to manually add fluid here. You can do that by removing this rocket turret temporarily and setting up barrels. And then once it's done removing the assembler, and you should be good to go. Each combinator should have a description on it. Like this one here controls whether or not you're shooting explosive rockets or non-explosive rockets. This one is for trash, if you need to clear stuff out, and so on. That's true. They won't be able to produce any energy until the solar panels are done. Moo ah 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 ah. So I started laser damage 20 right about when we left Nauvis, and it's about an hour left. That's wild. And unfortunately I still had a lot longer on explosive damage 23. Under 100,000 kilometers. Home stretch. Let's go. And we'll keep it in UI off until we get there. When we get there, an alarm will sound and the ship will turn around and go home. And when that alarm sounds, we split. And that'll be about 5 minutes. And remember to keep your arms inside the platform at all times. Oop, autosave. That'll be a nice autosave to have. Oh, we're getting close. Look at those asteroids. Getting close to the bow. Still no damage. Just a couple of minutes. Oh, I had this logic all wrong. Ha, that's funny. It just dawned on me. I mean, it'll work fine. It's just extra, not needed. Oh well. You know, with that in mind, I'm not sure. Well, the alarm may not sound. And so I'll show the UI again another 30 seconds. Yeah, it is. It's quite hypnotic, isn't it? It's a sight to see. The 35,000 kilometers. You're building it already? Oh my god. You had all that sitting around? Oh, jeez. Oh, we're getting quite close to the edge of the ship. 30,000 kilometers. $25,000. Let's have a look at the production stats. 370 railgun per minute, 2,000 explosive rockets per minute. Pretty good. Jeez, look at the lasers go. Nope, 0 damage. No damage at all. And I don't think we've used any repair packs either. Oh, because we have. No. We haven't used any repair packs either. That was an overfill from the planet. Oh, the clutch rocket there. Maybe I don't want to go home. Yeah, we're not going to go home. Just going to sit here and take it. I'm going to go down with the ship. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. 07's in chat. 1. We made it. We made it. Four hours, 42 minutes. 4 hours, 42 minutes flat? Wow, how about that, huh? Yeah, I dropped the planet. Oh, wait, I can't. Aw, it's unfortunate. And you'll see that everything is just sort of stopped. Just nothing here. Other than the stuff that's going to destroy my ship. So 473,000 and 105,000. So I used more this time than my previous trip. So all of these are going to come. So what I'll do is I'll turn on free fire. And we'll just watch my ship try and defend itself as it can't. It will for a bit, but not for long. Right, like I can't put out this much damage. Sadly. But it's giving it the old college try. Look at it. Good lord. Now it's on this side. And all my rockets are firing in a different direction. Now these got put into action. 07s. 07. No, I don't run away from nothing. I don't run away from nothing. Oh, it tickles. It tickles. Oh, it doesn't tickle. It hurts. It hurts. Oh, God. Not the ammo belt. Anything but the ammo belt. Oh, God. Yeah, my ship is how Derek feels when he speedruns. Oh, that's... So she defended for a bit. Oh, look at how the walls stood up. Oh, never mind. The walls didn't do anything. F. Oh, now down here. What's the alarm? Dangerously low on railgun ammo. Yeah. Rocket turrets are still going. Going strong there. Good job. Where did they stop? Oh, the belt there got destroyed. Yeah, it's a good question. Which one is gonna do the ship in finally? I mean, they're all fatal, right? There would be no recovery from this. What bothers me that these don't explode. Oh, look at the lasers go. Still, they're holding on. I have no more power generation now. Oh, you hate to see it. Eventually, the asteroids will destroy the alarms, right? Ooh. Ooh, that was brutal. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that hurt. That hurt, eh? Oh, golly, that hurt.